1, Sec. 2. The Constitution of 1795, after a similar preamble, states that the citizenship is suspended by being a domestic on wages, attending on the person or serving the house. Title 2, 13, 3. The Constitution of 1799 has a similar disqualification. Title I, Art. 5. It is probable that these provisions were intended to punish men who would consent to serve the nobility or the wealthy classes when it was expected that all persons would be democratic enough to serve themselves, not to cast discredit on domestic service per se. Trippier, pp. 20, 105, 168. During the revolutionary movement in Austria, the Hungarian Diet at its session, in 1847–1848, passed an act providing that the qualification for electors should be to have attained the age of 20 years, Hungarians by birth or naturalized, not under guardianship, nor in domestic service, nor convicted of fraud, theft, murder, etc. Act 5, Sec. 2. Styles, 2, 376. The qualifications for suffrage in England also excluded domestic servants, but there was no discrimination against them as a class. The Declaration of Independence, declaring all men free and equal in the presence of African slavery, thus has its counterpart in these free constitutions disfranchising domestic servants. 185. Some of the figures given in this chapter have been taken from advance sheets kindly furnished by the Census Bureau, and hence it is impossible to give in every case page references. 186. Preface, p. 1, and Appendix I, 187. The percentage of foreign-born as given here differs slightly from that given on page 80, as it includes a small number of Chinese and Japanese. 188. Arizona, California, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Minnesota, New Jersey, New York, North Dakota, Rhode Island. 189. Colorado, District of Columbia, Illinois, Michigan, Montana, Nebraska, Nevada, New Hampshire, Oregon, Pennsylvania, South Dakota, Texas, Utah, Washington, Wisconsin, Wyoming. 190. Alabama, Arkansas, Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maine, Maryland, Mississippi, Missouri, New Mexico, North Carolina, Ohio, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Tennessee, Vermont, Virginia, West Virginia. 191. Alabama, Arkansas, Delaware, District of Columbia, Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Virginia. 192. 11th Census, Population, Part I, PLXXXIII. 193. Census of Massachusetts, 1885, Part 2, p. 38. 194. Arizona, California, Colorado, Idaho, Montana, Nevada, New Mexico, Oregon, Utah, Washington, Wyoming. 195, Connecticut, Maine, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Vermont. 196, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. 197, Minnesota, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Michigan, Nebraska, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, South Dakota, Wisconsin. 198, Delaware, District of Columbia, Kentucky, Maryland, Missouri, Tennessee, Virginia, West Virginia. 199, Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Louisiana, Mississippi, North Carolina, Texas. This classification is made with reference to conditions apparently similar as regards domestic service. 200, 11th Census, Occupations, p. 20. It is interesting to note the increasing proportion of women of foreign birth who go into domestic service. The 10th census shows that, in 1880, 49.31% of all women of foreign birth employed for pay were engaged in domestic service, thus in 10 years an increase of 10.06% was made. 201, Census of Massachusetts, 1885, Part 2, pp. XXXV, XXX8. In this statement only the number of women engaged in domestic service for remuneration is considered. 202, 11th Census, Population, Part I, p. 203, 11th Census, Wealth, Debt, and Taxation, Part 2, p. 16, Chart. 204, Ibid, p. 59. 205, 11th Census, Wealth, Debt, and Taxation, Part 2, pp. 376 to 403, 206, Brooklyn, Buffalo, Camden, Fall River, Jersey City, Lowell, Newark, Paterson, Rochester, Trenton, Troy. 207, p. 68. 208, Report of the Bureau of Statistics of Labor, 1885, pp. 196 to 312, 209. In the classification in these two tables the employees in several large boarding houses were omitted. All of those included under the term nurses are nursemaids, with the exception of the few receiving the highest wages. 210, Post, p. 136. 211. The figures are taken from the annual reports of city superintendents. The attempt was made to find the average salaries in the 50 largest cities, but many cities do not publish in detail the salaries paid. The reports used were those for the year ending in 1889, the year for which reports were made through the schedules, with the exception of Paterson, where the report for 1890 was used. Half-day teachers are omitted as far as known. In cities having separate schools for colored and for white children, The teachers in colored schools are included where the salaries paid are the same as those paid in white schools of the same grade, otherwise they are omitted. 212, Fourth Annual Report, pp. 520 to 529, 213, Ibid, p. 625. 214, Post, p. 132. 215, Report of the Bureau, 1887, pp. 216 to 219, 225. 216, United States Bureau of Labor, 1887, pp. 794 to 797, 217, more definitely, it numbered 4.85 persons. 218, 46% had kept house longer than this, averaging nearly 30 years, while 44% had kept house for a shorter period, averaging about 8 years and a half. 17 reports came from housekeepers of 50 years or more experience. 219, 70% reported that they had boarded since marriage. About 1/3 of these had boarded less than the average time, and 1/2 had boarded from 1 to 5 years. 220. This estimate is based on the supposition that a cook is employed at $3.80 per week, a second girl at $3.04, and a man half a week at the rate of 87 cents a day. 221, Table 2, p. 76. 222. The place of birth of the employees represented by the schedules included the following countries: Australia, Austria, the Azores, Canada, China, Denmark, England, Finland, France, Germany, Holland, Iceland, Ireland, Japan, New Brunswick, Norway, Nova Scotia, Ontario, Poland, Prince Edward's Island, Russia, Scotland, Spain, Switzerland, Sweden, Wales, the West Indies. 223, 11th Census, Occupations, p. 122. 224, an employer in a large city where there is much complaint of the inferior character of the foreign population writes, a general impression prevails in most foreign families that any girl, no matter how stupid, dishonest, or untidy, can apply for and rightfully accept a position as general servant or housemaid at current prices. A similar complaint comes from many other employers. 225, 10th Census, I. 708. 226, I went into housework because I was not educated enough for other work. I haven't education enough to do anything else. I would change my occupation if I knew enough to do anything else. 227. This is illustrated by the experience of one housekeeper who frequently does her own work. At these times her ordinary kitchen expenses come within $50 per month. This sum is exclusive of fuel, rent, and water. When employing a servant, the same expenses amount to $80 per month, while if fuel, light, and water were included, rent not being affected, the difference would be still greater. 228. Yet so great is the demand for help that this is apparently sometimes done. In Milwaukee it is a common thing to see affixed to houses, or standing upright in the dooryard, well-painted signs looking as if ready for frequent use, reading "Girl Wanted." 229. Behavior of servants, p. 298. 230. A lady recently went to an employment bureau, and in answer to her application for a good cook received the reply, "Madam, good cooks are an extinct race." One large bureau in Philadelphia reports that the demand for good servants is 20% greater than the supply. 231. The character of some of the intelligence officers in another city is described by F. Hunt, in the American Kitchen magazine, November, 1895. 232. An excellent blank is used by the Employment Bureau connected with the Boston Young Women's Christian Association. 7 questions are asked the persons to whom the employee has referred. 1. How long have you known her? 2. Is she temperate, honest, and respectable? 3. Is she neat in her person, and about her work? 4. Is she of good disposition? 5. Is she faithful to her work, and is she trustworthy? 6. In what capacity did she serve you, and how long? 7. Was she capable and efficient in that capacity? The Bureau states its aim to be the recommendation of worthy persons only. The detailed form of the questions asked is more successful in preventing an evasion of disqualifications than is the personal recommendation of a general character, which often tells the truth, but not the whole truth. One large bureau states that it formerly used blank forms, which it sent out with each employee. Employers were asked to fill out these blanks and return them at the end of service, and these were kept on file as recommendations. It was soon found that employers grew lax and would not take the pains to fill them out, and the practice was abandoned. 233. Defoe says, "To be a good master is to be a master that will do his servant justice, and that will make his servant do him justice. He may be kind to a servant, that will let him sleep when he shoddy work, but then he is not just to himself, or a good governor to his family." Behavior of servants, p. 293. 234. Repeated statements like the following are made by employers: "A few wealthy families keep a large number of servants at high wages, which wholly unfits them for general service and moderate wages, and establishes customs and rates which cannot be met by the mass of people with moderate incomes." 235. An employer recently engaged a cook at high wages with sufficient recommendations, it was supposed. The first dinner, an hour delayed, showed her incapacity, and when questioned more closely it was found that the only domestic work she had ever done was preparing vegetables in a boarding house. When asked why she had engaged as a cook, the reply was, "They told me I could get higher wages if I called myself a cook." The experience does not seem to be exceptional. 236. An employer writes, I find no place on the schedule for stating that my cook and coachman have today each given notice of leaving unless the other is discharged. 237. When I began housekeeping in 1870, I had one general housework girl who stayed with me 9 years. Now I consider myself fortunate to retain a cook or a second girl as many weeks. 30 years ago I had no difficulty whatever. I do not think my character has changed meantime, or my method of treating servants, or our style of living, yet now it is almost impossible to secure servants. The question is very different now from what it was 40 years ago. The problem in this place grows more perplexing every year. Many housekeepers here are between the Scylla and Charybdis of trying to tolerate wretched, inefficient servants, and the impossibility of getting along with them. 238. In advertising recently for a general housework girl, 12 answered the advertisement. Advertising the same week for my former servant, 22 ladies applied personally and 12 others wrote that a girl was wanted. Although I told each of the 22 that if the girl were even fair I would keep her myself, only 2 hesitated on that account to try to secure her. The report of a large employment bureau for the year 1889 is as follows. Number of employers registered 1,512. Number of employees registered 1,541. Number of employers supplied with servants 1,366. Number of employees supplied with situations 1,375. The number of employees registered exceeds the number of employers, but many register who are incompetent to fill the position they seek, and therefore many employers are without servants. The Bureau regrets its inability at times to supply with competent help the large number of patrons. Another bureau reports 2,659 applications from employers, only 2,099 of which could be filled. Still another bureau filling about 3,000 positions annually reports that at times it has had 600 applications from employers in excess of the number that could be filled with competent applicants for work. The Domestic Employment Bureau connected with the Boston Young Women's Christian Association reports for the year ending 1890. Orders registered 2,120. Orders filled 1,753. 239. Our committee have been greatly puzzled to know how to supply the constantly increasing demand for good and efficient workers in small households, where fair compensation is offered for moderate requirements. This demand is great in the city, but more so in the suburbs and country. It is very difficult to find a woman willing to take service in a family living out of sight of Boston Common. It is still more difficult to find anyone who will go 20 miles into the country. Report of the Women's Educational and Industrial Union, Boston, 1888, p. 29. One employer in an inland city of 25,000 inhabitants, who has a family of 8, and employs 16 servants, writes, "It is impossible here to secure competent servants." Another employer, employing 13 servants, in a city of 12,000, writes, "It is very difficult to secure servants, since women here prefer to work in the factories." One employer with 7 servants and a family of 2, in a large manufacturing city, says, "It is impossible to find well-trained employees." 240. This is the first time this question has been put to me directly, and I frankly answer, yes, tomorrow, if an opportunity were offered me. For years it has been my wish to find employment of some kind which would keep me from being a servant. Mrs. X has been very kind to me, and tried to find me other work, but, of course, a girl who has been in a kitchen for so long, 13 years, is inexperienced in different work. Nevertheless, I have met girls who had no better education than I, and now hold high and respectable positions and make a fair living. A colored man, who has been a cook for 40 years, replies with some caution, "I don't know, unless the other work was in sight. Can't say, unless somebody had offered me another job, and I could look into it." 241. See articles by Mrs. Ellen W. Darwin, The 19th Century, August, 1890, Miss Amy Bully, Westminster Review, February, 1891, Miss Emily Faithfull, North American Review, July, 1891, C.J. Rowe, Westminster Review, November, 1890, on the question in the Australian colonies. If things go on much longer in the present state, we shall have to introduce the American fashion, and live in huge human menageries. M. E. Burden. An admirable scientific presentation of the subject of domestic service in London is given by Charles Booth and Jessie Argyle in Life and Labour of the People in London, Volume 8. 242. It is of interest to notice some of these occupations. The list includes apparently nearly every form of work in every kind of mill and factory, farm work, cigar making, sewing, dressmaking, millinery, tailoring, crocheting, lace making, carpet making, copying, places as cash girls, sales women, nurses, post office clerks, compositors, office attendants, 6 have been teachers, others, ladies' companions, governesses, and matrons. It is of interest, also, to note that the percent of native-born who have been engaged in other occupations is slightly higher than the percent of foreign-born, 31 to 25. 243. One employee writes, "I wanted to see for myself what it was to be a hired girl." 244. An employee in Colorado, who receives $35 a month, writes, "I choose housework in preference to any other, principally because for that I receive better pay." The average pay for store and factory girls is $8 and $9 a week. After paying board and room rent, washing, etc., very little is left, and what is left must be spent for dress, nothing saved. It pays better than other kinds of work. My expenses are less than in any other kind of work. I can make more. I have put $100 in the savings bank in a year and a half. I had first $10 a month, but now I have $12. I can save more. I can earn more without constant change. I can earn more than in anything else, $15 a month, but do not save anything as I support my mother. Anyone that is industrious and saving can save a great deal by working at housework. I began to live out when I was 13 years old, and I am now 27. I have saved $1,600 in that time. At first I had 50 cents a week, now I have $3. One summer I earned $3 a day in the hop picking season. 245. We are not as closely confined as girls who work in stores, and are usually more healthy. I chose it because I thought it was healthy work. There is no healthier work for women. It is healthier than most other kinds of work I could do. You can have better cooked food and a better room than most shop girls. 246. I came to a strange city and chose housework, because it afforded me a home. I am well treated by the family I am with, feel at home and under their protection. Housework fell to my lot and I have followed it up because it has secured me a home. Housework gives me a better home than I could make for myself in any other way. I have more comforts than in other work. I like a quiet home in a good family better than work in a public place, like a shop. When I came to and saw the looks of the girls in the large stores and the familiarity of the young men, I preferred to go into a respectable family where I could have a home. 247. The New York Evening Post, the 11th of January, 1896, cites from London Truth an account of a bill under consideration in the New Zealand Parliament providing that every domestic servant in the colony is to have a half-holiday every Wednesday, and that the employer is to be fined £5 if the domestic is deprived of this privilege. The half-holiday practically means that the servant will be entitled to leave of absence from 2 until 10. Inspectors are to be appointed to enforce the provisions of this measure, if it becomes a law. 248. I choose housework as my regular employment for the simple reason that young women look forward to the time when they will have housework of their own to do. I consider that I or anyone in domestic employment will make a better housekeeper than any young woman who works in a factory. I think you can learn more in doing housework. It requires both care and study and so keeps our mind in constant thought and care, and ought to be respected. 249. At home I was my mother's help even when we had a girl of our own, and from childhood had always loved to cook, and learned to do all kinds. My mother was a housekeeper and did most of her own work and taught me how to help her. When my father and mother died, and it became necessary for me to earn my own living, the question was, what can I do? The answer was plain: housework. I have a natural love for cooking, and would rather do it than anything else in the world. I like it best, was used to it at home, and it seems more natural-like. I enjoy housework more than anything else. I was a dressmaker several years because my mother thought dressmaking more respectable than going out to work. But I always liked housework better, and when my health broke down I was glad to get a place as parlour maid. 250. A successful teacher says, I have never liked teaching particularly, and would much rather be a good cook. A sewing woman says, I should prefer to do housework, but do not wish to leave my home. A teacher says, I am fond of children, and should like nothing better than to be a nurse girl, but I will not wear livery. 251. Law of the Domestic Relations, p. 599. 252. Commentaries, 2. 258. 253. Kent, 2. 260 to 261. 254. Story, on Contracts, 2. 1297 to 1298. 255. Starkey, on Slander and Libel, p. 19. 256. Story, on Contracts, 2. 1304. 257. Daily, 4. 401. A good discussion of the legal status of servant girls is given by Oliver Ehrlichman, Popular Science Monthly, XXII, 803. 258. An article on the last point is found in the Boston Herald, the 23rd of November, 1890. 259. Housework soon unfits one for any other kind of work. I did not realize what I was doing until too late. I should prefer to housework a clerkship in a store or a place like that of sewing girl in a tailor shop, because there would be a possibility of learning the trade and then going into business for myself, or at least rising to some responsible place under an employer. I would give up housework if I could find another position that would enable me to advance instead of remaining in the same rut day after day. 260. Ante, p. 113. 261. You are mistress of no time of your own. Other occupations have well-defined hours, after which one can do as she pleases without asking anyone. 262. Women want the free use of their time evenings and Sundays. If I could bear the confinement, I would go into a mill where I could have evenings and Sundays. Sunday in a private family is usually anything but a day of rest to the domestic, for on that day there are usually guests to dinner or tea or both, which means extra work. I wouldn't mind working Sundays if it wasn't for the extra work. I suppose the reason why more women choose other work is, they would rather work all day and be done with it, and have evenings for themselves. Some families have dinner at 3 o'clock Sundays and lunch at 8 or 9, and that makes it very hard for girls. 263. A great many very ignorant girls can get housework to do, and a girl who has been used to neatness and the refinement of a good home does not like to room with a girl who has just come from Ireland and does not know what neatness means. They have much colored help and do not have white help, so the white girls think any other work is better than housework. In California, self-respecting girls do not like to work with Chinamen. They do not know how to treat women. Before the introduction of Chinese labor, a young girl never lost social caste by doing housework, but since this element came, household service as an occupation has fallen in the social scale. Employer. When a Native American girl goes out to housework, she loses caste at once, and can hardly find pleasure in the foreign immigrants that form the majority of servants, and who make most of the trouble from their ignorance and preconceived notions of America. Employer. 264. The reason for dislike of housework is the want of liberty, and the submission which girls have to submit to when they have to comply with whatever rules a mistress may deem necessary. Therefore many girls go into mechanical pursuits, that some of their life may be their own. Girls in housework are bossed too much. There are too many mistresses in the house when the mother and grown-up daughters are all at home. Most of us would like a little more independence, and to do our work as we please. In housework you receive orders from half a dozen persons, in a shop or factory from but one. A man doesn't let his wife and daughters and sons interfere in the management of his mill or factory. Why does a housekeeper let everybody in the house boss? 265. A description of domestic service in Japan is of value on this point. From the steward of your household, to your jinrikisha man or groom, every servant in your establishment does what is right in his own eyes, and after the manner he thinks best. Mere blind obedience to orders is not regarded as a virtue in a Japanese servant. He must do his own thinking, and, if he cannot grasp the reason for your order, that order will not be carried out. Even in the treaty ports, Japanese attendants have not resigned their right of private judgment, but, if faithful and honest, seek the best good of their employer, even if his best good involves disobedience of his orders. Alice M. Bacon, Japanese Girls and Women, pp. 299, 301. F. R. Fuge, in How I Kept House by Proxy, quotes from her Chinese cook, who said that he could boast of 40 years of study and practice in his profession. I am always willing to be told what to do, but never how to execute the order, especially when in that department I happen to know far more than my teachers. Scribner's Monthly, September, 1881. 266. A shrewd young colored woman gives her version, verbally, of the servant question. She lays great stress on her own bringing up as she wa'n't brung up by trash and thinks the average colored girl only a nigger. She prefers to live at service but insists upon high-toned employers, and can't abide common folks. 267. In some families no acquaintance can call on the servant. She may have 1 or 2 friends, but the number is always limited, because, says the lady of the house, not without truth, who wants a dozen strange girls running in and out of one's back door. 268. There are reasons why I sometimes feel dissatisfied with doing housework for other people. I would prefer to do work where people would say, supposing they were to give a company, there is Miss So-and-so, let us invite her. This is from an unusually intelligent employee who says she does housework because she likes to do it best, and because a domestic can have better cooked food and a better ventilated room than most shop girls, and who also writes, intelligence, brains, and good judgment are essential in getting up a dinner for 6 or 8. 269. One illustration of this social barrier was found in a small manufacturing city. The factory employees, all men and skilled workmen, arranged one winter a series of evening entertainments. Invitations were sent to the self-supporting women in the city, the list including dressmakers, milliners, stenographers, saleswomen, and others, but the social line was drawn at cooks. 270. A lady was recently about to complete the engagement of a cook, a German girl, when the head of the employment bureau said, "I fear after all that AB will not suit you. You live in a flat, and as she wishes to take violin lessons her practicing might annoy you." The incident was narrated to a company of friends, and created much amusement, until one said, "This shows how unregenerate we are, why should she not take violin lessons?" It is not easy to find an answer. A gentleman, whose family includes only himself and his wife, writes, "Our maid of all work is a young Swedish girl of 18, who recently came to America. 3 months ago she said, 'If I had a musical instrument and a place to practice, I would get a music teacher and stay with you always.' A few days later my married daughter sent us an organ of sweet tone, which was placed in a small room little used. We gave our maid permission to use it, and she at once secured a teacher. This morning she said, 'My father writes me if I am on the street much. I write him, no, I enjoy myself better, I practice my music.' We seem to have solved the domestic question, at least for a time. 271. I should like work where I could come in contact with more people who would be of help to me. A young woman doing housework is shut out from all society, nor can she make any plans for pleasure or study, for her time is not her own. No one seems to think a girl who works out good enough to associate with, except those who are in domestic service themselves. Domestics never have a chance to go to school or study. A domestic employee recently went to a public library for a book. The attendant was about to give it to her, thinking from her manner and appearance that she was a teacher in a neighboring school, but when the question was asked and the answer given, not a teacher, but a housemaid, the book was withheld, as servants were required to bring recommendations. 272. Domestics are not admitted into any society, and are often for want of a little pleasure driven to seek it in company that is often coarse and vulgar. It is very hard for a young, refined woman to give up a pleasant home, and live constantly with ignorant and ill-bred people, as is very often the case where more than one servant is kept. 273. I fairly hate the word servant. I don't like to be called a menial. The girls in shops call us livers out. No woman likes to be called a hired girl. American girls don't like the name servants. I know many nice girls who would do housework, but they prefer doing almost anything else rather than be called servants. Some people call us kitchen mechanics. I don't know why we should be called servants any more than other people. 274. A woman who had been for years a domestic employee left her place on account of sickness, and ultimately opened a small bake shop. Her former employer called on her one day, and said, "Well, Sarah, how do you like your work?" She replied, "I never thought of it before, but now that you speak, I think the reason I like it so well is because everybody calls me Miss Clark." An employer invited her Sunday school class to her home to spend an evening. One of the members went into the kitchen to render some assistance, and found there the housemaid, an unusually attractive young woman. The employer said, "Miss M, this is Kate." The maid, who never before had showed the slightest consciousness of occupying an inferior position, said, under her breath, "I am Miss 2. 275. That this jest has a basis of fact in England is evident from the testimony of the footman of the Earl of Northbrook, who some time since stated under oath, in a court of law, that although his regular wages amounted to but $300 annually, yet he received from $2,000 to $2,500 more each year in the shape of tips from the Earl's guests. Her Majesty's Servants in the New York Tribune, the 23rd of August, 1896. 276. Mr. W. D. Howells has an excellent discussion of the feeing system in Harper's Weekly, the 16th of May, 1896. Also, Julia R. Tutwiler in the American Kitchen Magazine, April, 1896. Still a third is found in the Outlook, the 8th of August, 1896. 277. One illustration of the fact that domestic service is never judged by the same social canons as are other occupations, is seen in the unwillingness shown by a young woman to enter the service of a family having a questionable reputation. Her squeamishness, as it was called, excited only laughter in a circle of women, no one of whom would have exchanged calls with the family in question. 278. First Annual Report of the Bureau of Labor Statistics of Connecticut, 1885, p. 12. 279. An employer writes, "I recently advertised for a young woman to help me with the children, and be received as one of the family. The 40 answers received formed the most pathetic reading I have ever seen. My selection was the daughter of a poor clergyman, and this was the class from which the majority of the answers came. All desired domestic service if unaccompanied with social degradation. How conscious many are of this inferior position is seen from a single illustration. An employer recently invited her housemaid to take a boat ride with her. The maid replied, "I should love to go if you wouldn't be ashamed to be seen with me." 280. This is especially true in the matter of wages, where wages and annual earnings are confused, the element of time lost never being considered. The fact is also often overlooked that when a young woman lives at home without paying her board, her family in effect pay a part of her wages and thus enable the employer to pay her low wages, though nominally more than paid in housework. Thus one employee writes, "If girls have homes where their board is given them, they can earn more money on other kinds of work than in housework." 281. Domestic service, as seen by the employee, cannot be dismissed without suggesting the fact that as many tragedies in life are found here as elsewhere. One employee had planned to be a teacher, but sudden deafness prevented, and domestic service was all she could do. Another hoped to become a physician, but loss of property prevented her from completing her education. A similar reason prevented another from becoming a trained nurse. One had hoped to be a dressmaker, but it became necessary to earn money at once without serving an apprenticeship. Could the struggles and disappointments in thousands of such lives be known, the household employee would cease to be the butt of jest and ridicule that she sometimes is. 282. An employer in South Carolina writes, "The difficulty here can only be removed by the importation of competent servants." 283. The following table will indicate the preference. City or state number examined. No preference. White help preferred. Negroes preferred. Charleston 259 143 65 51. Louisville 200 104 80 16. New Orleans 145 103 35 7. Savannah 106 66 26 14. Texas 67 31 35 1. Washington, D.C. 135 61 54 20. Total 912 508 295 109. The Charleston Employment Bureau advertises, "White help especially in demand." In Texas, the proportion of the foreign-born population is larger than in any other of the southern states, and advertisements from all the leading cities in the state show a decided preference for German or Swedish domestics. One from the Fort Worth Gazette reads, "Wanted, a white woman, German or Swede preferred, as cook in a private family." This illustrates a large number of wants. An employer writes from Austin, "In Texas cities domestic service is furnished by Germans and Swedes to a large extent, and the tendency to employ them is growing." 284. The older generation of Negroes who were trained for service have nearly all died, and the survivors are too old to be efficient. The younger Negroes are too lazy to be of much use. Brenham, Texas. Old colored servants that were trained before the war are now inefficient. The younger ones will not submit to training. Austin, Texas. Old trained colored servants are no longer to be had. Younger ones are not well trained, and consequently cannot do first-class work. White servants are better trained, but scarce, and therefore independent. Austin, Texas. We have 80,000 colored people in the city. The old trained servants of slavery times are mostly passed away, and the younger ones have not been properly trained. Washington, D.C. The servants who were trained before freedom are too old to do good work, and they are not training their children to be efficient. Anderson, South Carolina. The majority of those now seeking domestic service are ignorant, uneducated, untrustworthy. Biloxi, Mississippi. Servants have no training. Edgefield, South Carolina. 285. One difficulty here is the indifference of our colored servants to what the morrow may bring forth. They are capable of living on a very small amount, and they assist each other during the time unoccupied. Charleston, South Carolina. The Negroes do not know how to render good service as a rule, and they do not understand the term thorough. Charleston, South Carolina. Colored help have to be very patiently and charitably dealt with. Washington, D.C. The difficulty here is the general shiftlessness and liking for changed conditions that is characteristic of the colored race. Austin, Texas. There is special difficulty here during the cotton picking season. Austin, Texas. The majority of our servants, who are Negroes, are not willing to do steady, faithful work for reasonable wages. Their idea of freedom is to come and go at will, and they expect full wages for light work. Austin, Texas. The ease with which subsistence can be obtained in this productive climate and the high wages earned during the cotton picking season make the labor supply unstable. Austin, Texas. The Negroes need training, but rarely remain in one place long enough to repay one for the trouble of teaching them. Brigham, Texas. The Negroes will do well enough if one is willing to overlook carelessness. Johnston, South Carolina. The colored servants do not like to be kept at steady employment. Trenton, South Carolina. The majority work only as a makeshift, with no idea of remaining. Biloxi, Mississippi. The whole colored race is in a transitional period which is full of evils. Marion, Alabama. Negroes are very stubborn under harsh treatment, but respond quickly to kind treatment. Crescent City, Florida. Most of the Negroes are indifferent to improving in any way as long as they have enough to eat, a place to sleep, and clothes to wear. Tallahassee, Florida. 286. A Southern gentleman well known as a student of social science writes in regard to the importation of Negroes to the North, "There is nothing to hope from it. I have been reared in the South, and I know the Negro well." Speaking as one with no sectional prejudice and with the broadest sympathy for blacks as well as whites, I must tell you that in general Negroes will not serve you as well as the Irish, Germans, or Swedes. Personal attachment alone will secure good service from colored people. 287. I must say from my own experience and observation that well-trained Chinese are the very best servants to be had here. San Francisco, California. I have grown up with Chinamen in the house, and it seems to me quite revolting and unnatural to have in the heart of the house an alien woman who speaks your language, knows your affairs, is even in a way dependent on your companionship, yet is nothing to you as a friend, and would never be asked even as a guest into the house if it rested on her personal qualities. San Francisco, California. Our Chinese cook is an admirable servant, invariably respectful, and does his work beautifully. He has the self-respect to fill every requirement of respectful and obedient behavior that the occasion calls for. San Francisco, California. 3 Chinese were the most satisfactory servants we ever employed. In a housekeeping experience of nearly 50 years we have employed Negro, Norwegian, and Irish servants. San Francisco, California. 288. The difficulty can only be removed by repealing the Restriction Act. Centerville, California. The Chinese have become very independent since the new Restriction Act. San Francisco, California. The Restriction Act made the Chinese very independent. They thought the stopping of the supply would make those already here able to command higher wages. San Francisco, California. One difficulty is the Exclusion Act. San Francisco, California. 289. Cooperative housekeeping. The book is now out of print, but the original articles on which it is based can be found in the Atlantic Monthly, November, 1868, to March, 1869. 290. A full account of the plan is given in Good Housekeeping, the 19th of July, 1890. It was also described in nearly all of the daily papers during May and June, 1890. 291. A more complete and possibly more serious account of Mr. Bellamy's views than that found in Looking Backward is given by him in Good Housekeeping, the 21st of December, 1889. 292. The New York Tribune says of the sewing women in that city, they are a product of city life, a sort of vitalized machines, fitted only to do a certain mechanical work and disabled for any other industry mainly because they have been fastened to a sewing machine all their lives. 293. The men of my family would consider it the greatest disgrace if one of the women connected with it were to support herself. 294. Mr. Charles Dudley Warner asserts that women teachers have no social position. Harper's Monthly, April, 1895. But his statements can apply only to some of the ultra-fashionable finishing schools in 2 or 3 large cities. 295. It is the testimony of more than one employer that those domestics remain longest in a place and are most content who have a taste for sewing and reading. Those who are wholly dependent for pleasure on excitement and change form of necessity a restless class. 296. The word servant has been used many times in this work, but it has seemed unavoidable in the absence of any other generally recognized term. 297. It has been suggested that the word homemaker be applied to the mistress of the house and housekeeper to the employee. Working housekeeper is often used of an efficient caretaker who does her work without direction. Domestic and house helper seem wholly unobjectionable. It certainly is not necessary in abandoning one objectionable word to adopt another equally so. The Lynn, Massachusetts, papers, for example, advertise under wants for a forelady in stitching room a position as forewoman by a lady thoroughly familiar with all parts of shoe stitching on millinery and experienced sales lady. In other places one finds a gentlewoman who desires employment at 25 cents an hour. The public has much to answer for in the misuse of both servant and lady. 298, Japanese Girls and Women, p. 304. 299, Chap. 2. 300. This does not refer to ordinary baker's bread, but to that made according to scientific principles, such as is sold at the New England Kitchen in Boston and by the Boston Health Food Company. 301. A beginning in this direction has already been made in the case of vegetables canned for winter use. In the canning factories of western New York an ingenious huller is in use which does away with much of the laborious process hitherto necessary. In a trial of speed it was recently found that one machine could shell 28 bushels of peas in 20 minutes. In some of the largest cities the principle has been applied, and this vegetable is delivered ready for use, but such preparation should be made universal and all other vegetables added to the list. 302, cited by Bowles, p. 413. 303, Bowles, p. 130. 304. The Oriental Tea Company of Boston sends out coffee and guarantees it to maintain a temperature of 150 degrees Fahrenheit for 24 hours. The experiment has been tried of sending it from Boston to St. Louis, with the result of maintaining a temperature of 148 degrees at the end of 3 days. 305. The women connected with 2 churches in a city in Indiana have maintained for some time such sales, and they have proved very remunerative. In one city in New Jersey $1,200 was raised in a few weeks to pay a church mortgage. In a Long Island village several $100 was raised for a similar purpose by the women of the church, who took orders for cooking and sewing. In an Iowa city funds were obtained in this way for missionary purposes. In a village of 500 inhabitants, in central New York, the women of one of the churches have sold, every Saturday afternoon for 8 years, ices and ice creams, and have cleared annually about $75. In another town, several women of limited incomes began paying their contributions to the church by baking bread and cake for other families, and finding it remunerative continued the work as a means of support. In one western city an annual sale is held at Thanksgiving time, and about $100 netted for home missionary purposes. 306. The Women's Exchange, The Forum, May, 1892. 307. Many illustrations of this can be given outside of those connected with the exchange. Mrs. O, in central New York, has made a handsome living by making chicken salad to be sold in New York City. Mrs. B, in a small eastern village, has for several years baked bread, pies, and cake for her neighbors, and in this way has supported herself, 3 children, and a father. She has recently built a separate bakehouse, and bakes from 30 to 100 loaves daily, according to the season, and other things in proportion. She says she always had a knack at baking, and that when she employs an assistant she has nearly every afternoon to herself. Mrs. C, in a western city, supports herself, 3 children, and an invalid husband, by making cake. Mrs. D makes a good living by selling Saratoga potatoes to grocers. Mrs. E has cleared $400 a year by making preserves and jellies on private orders. Mrs. F partially supports herself and family by making food for the sick. Mrs. G supports a family of 5 by making jams and pickles. Mrs. H has built up a large business, employing from 3 to 5 assistants, in making cake and salad. Mrs. I, in a small eastern city, began by borrowing a barrel of flour, and now has a sales room where she sells daily from 80 to 100 dozen Parker House rolls, in addition to bread made in every possible way, from every kind of grain. Mrs. J, in a small western city, sells salt risings bread to the value of $30 a week, and Mrs. K, in the same place, Boston brown bread to the value of $75 a week. Mrs. L, living on a farm near a southern city, has built up an exceedingly remunerative business by selling to city grocers preserves, pickles, cakes, and pies. One cause of her success has been the fact that she would allow no imperfect goods to be sold. Everything has been of the best whether she has gained or lost on it. Mrs. M supports herself by taking orders for fancy cooking. Mrs. N, living in a large city, sells to grocers baked beans and rolls. Mrs. O, in New York City, has netted $1,000 a year by preparing mincemeat and making pies of every description. Mrs. P, in a small village on Lake Superior, has large orders from cities in southern Michigan for strawberry and raspberry jam. Mrs. Q, in a country village of 500 inhabitants, sells 30 loaves of bread daily. Mrs. R and 2 daughters last year netted $1,500, above all expenses except house rent, in preparing fancy lunch dishes on shortest notice, and delicacies for invalids. Mrs. S puts up pure fruit juices and shrubs. Mrs. T prepares consomme in the form of jelly ready to melt and serve. Mrs. U has made a fair income by preparing and selling fresh sweet herbs. These illustrations can be multiplied indefinitely. They have come to notice in nearly every state in the Union, and in places varying in size from country villages without railroad stations to such cities as Chicago, Philadelphia, and New York. 308. Mrs. A has for several years gone from house to house at stated times sweeping and dusting rooms containing fine bric-a-brac. Mr. B cares for all of the lawns of a large number of gentlemen, each of whom pays him a fixed sum for the season in proportion to the size of his grounds. Mr. C cares for all of the furnaces and clears the walks in a city block. Mrs. D earns a partial support by arranging tables for lunches and afternoon teas. Mrs. E washes windows once in 2 weeks for a number of employers. Mrs. F takes charge of all arrangements for afternoon teas. Mrs. G earns $3 a day as a cook on special occasions. Miss H waits on a table in a boarding house 3 hours a day. Miss I distributes the clothes from the laundry in a large city school. Mrs. J is kept busy as a cook, serving as a substitute in kitchens temporarily vacant. Mrs. K derives a considerable income from the supervision of party suppers. Her social position is quite unaffected by it. Mrs. L makes herself generally useful at the rate of 10 cents an hour if regularly employed and 20 cents when serving occasionally. Mrs. M goes out as a waitress at lunches and dinners. Mrs. N employs a young man working his way through school to keep wood boxes and coal hods filled. Many college students in cities partially pay their expenses by table service. Hotels and restaurants frequently send out waiters on special occasions. One employer writes, "I think a central office in this city at which competent waitresses could be hired by the hour would be largely patronized." The Syracuse, New York, Household Economic Club publishes a household register, giving the names and addresses of all persons in the city who do by the piece, hour, or day all forms of household work. 35 different classes of work are enumerated. 309. See also article on the revival of hand spinning and weaving in Westmoreland by Albert Fleming, Century Magazine, February, 1889. 310. One writes, "I find it much better to employ one servant and to hire work by the piece, and to purchase from the exchange, rather than to employ an extra servant." Another housekeeper writes, "I began housekeeping 12 years ago with 3 servants and had more than enough work for all. I now have 2 and have not enough work for them, although my family is larger than at first." The change has come from putting work out of the house and hiring much done by the piece. A businessman writes, "Our family is happier than it ever dared hope to be under the sway of Green Erin. We purchase all baked articles and all cooked meats as far as possible. A caterer is employed on special occasions, and work that cannot be done by the parents, 3 children, and 2 aunts, who compose the family, is hired by the hour. Since we signed our Declaration of Independence in 1886, peace has reigned." Still another says, "I used to employ a laundress in the house at $4 per week and board. I was also at expense in furnishing soap, starch, bluing, and paid a large additional water tax. Now my laundress lives at home, and does my laundry there for $4 per week, and we are both better satisfied." Several small families who do light housekeeping have found that they have in this way been able to live near the business of the men of the family, and thus have kept the family united and intact, as they could not have done had it been necessary to employ servants. One employee writes, "If more housework were done by the day so that more women could be with their families in the evening, I think it would help matters." 311. 17th Annual Report of the Massachusetts Bureau of Statistics of Labor, p. 157. 312. Profit sharing between employer and employee, p. 8. 313. Methods of industrial remuneration, p. 158. 314. Schloss, Methods of Industrial Remuneration, p. 173. 315. Gilman, Profit Sharing, p. 189. 316. 17th Annual Report of the Massachusetts Bureau of Labor, p. 178. 317. Schloss, Report on Profit Sharing, p. 157. 318. Ibid, p. 160. 319. Schloss, Report on Profit Sharing, pp. 158 to 159. 320. Schloss, Methods of Industrial Remuneration, pp. 173 to 174. 321. Schloss, Report, p. 158. 322. Wright, Massachusetts Bureau of Statistics of Labor, 1886, p. 231. 323. Ibid, p. 172. 324. This included the purchase of 2 new labor-saving appliances for the kitchen, costing $5.70. The maid was given the choice of having the new utensils or dividing a surplus. She chose the former. 325. This included the presence in the family of 2 guests for 2 weeks. 326. One housekeeper reports that she gives her cook 5 cents for every new soup, salad, made-over dish, or dessert that proves acceptable to the majority of the family. She thus secures variety and economy in the use of materials. One reports that she has a German cook who understands thoroughly the purchase and use of all household materials. The cook is given a fixed sum each week with which to make purchases, and she keeps whatever sum remains after these have been made. The family report that they have never lived so well, or with so much comfort and so much economy as since the plan has been tried. Another states that she adds at the end of the month 20% to the wages of her waitress if no article of glass or china has been nicked, cracked, or broken during the time. These are all variations of the same principle. 327. An admirable work on household sanitation has been published by Miss Marion Talbot and Mrs. Ellen S. Richards. 328. The work in this direction carried on by Professor W. O. Atwater of Wesleyan University has been of the greatest value, and indicates the lines along which future investigation must be made. 329. Letter to the Clergy of the Diocese of New York, the 15th of May, 1886. 330. The Century, June, 1894. 331. An excellent classification of standards of work and wages has been drawn up by the Committee on Household Economics of the Civic Club of Philadelphia. See Appendix 3. 332. Maria Mitchell, p. 26. 333. However grievous the servant problem may be in some English households, it sinks into insignificance when compared with the conditions on the other side of the Atlantic. Alice Zimmern, in the Leisure Hour, May, 1899. 334. Chaps. 6. 8, 9. 335. This is apparently the case universally in France and in Italy. In Italy, while the washing is always done out of the house, the ironing is often done at home. In Lombardy, a woman of color washes the colored clothes and flannels, which are kept distinct from the ordinary laundry. On the continent, bed linen is often changed only once in 2, 3, or even 4 weeks, a custom that has at least the advantage of reducing to a minimum this part of the household work. In England it is becoming the rule, except in large households with laundries of their own, and in households managed on narrow means, to send this work out. Miss Khalid, Report, p. 9. Washing is put out, as it is now almost impossible to get a girl who will do it. Employer, cited by Miss Khalid, Report, p. 30. 336. In some parts of Switzerland, women come in from outside every 6 weeks and do all the laundry work of a household for that period. 337. The legal relations between employer and employee are everywhere prescribed with more or less fullness, but in Germany the laws are very minute in character, while the contract in particular is much more rigid, and it is carried out in much greater detail than elsewhere. The laws for Prussia are given in Posselt, while a summary for the Empire is given in Braun. Each state has its own laws on the subject, but as far as I have been able to examine them, they are practically the same in principle. I am indebted to Mrs. John H. Converse for permission to use an exhaustive statement of the legal relations between mistress and maid in England prepared by Mrs. Henry Seeley of Philadelphia. Weber, in Les Usages Locaux, sums up many of the points in French law. 338. Braun, Chaps. 7, 11. In England, situations are usually subject to a month's notice on either side. Booth, 821.